so excited to be the voice that you'll be hearing for the next 2 and a bit hours. But like I said, this is live, so I'd like to chat to you today. And as I always say, I don't particularly like the sound of my own voice. So let's get the conversation started. And if this is your first time watching and you're wondering, how on earth do I chat to you, Taylor? It's quite simple, actually. You can head over to the WildEarth website. You can download the app and use the question box there, or you can use the website and some other alternatives. Just comment away on the YouTube chat, or you can hashtag WildEarth on Twitter if that's what you prefer. So I think before we get into it, I'll just hang on a little bit and give you a moment to just enjoy everything, and we'll see who's watching. Hi, Joanna. You said that you're excited for some discussions with me this morning. Well, let's get it going. What shall we talk about? I obviously love it when we can get some suggestions. That would be amazing. Because I feel like we've spoken about so much here. We've spoken a little bit about geology. We've definitely touched on Gemsborg, although I haven't seen the eland for a while, so maybe we can revisit them. Yesterday we had some great giraffe sightings, and I see that there's one coming in to drink again. And of course, the resident springbuck that never seemed to leave this waterhole. So let's see who else is on board. But thank you, Joanne, for being the first one, for saying hello. Like I always say, you win a prize, but there's not really a prize, unfortunately. Oh, Leopard Lover, I see that you've jumped on very quickly. I'll just touch on that. You said the conversations we had yesterday were fantastic. Awesome. Well, like I said, what should we go on and on and on about today? Hopefully we'll learn some new things or witness some interesting behavior. Wouldn't that be great? Otherwise, we can just talk about anything, really. I So I've decided that I'm not saying anything to anyone until you all start talking to me. How's that? No, I'm just teasing. I promise I'm a nice person. If there are any kids watching, this is also my favorite. Perhaps you're at home today, maybe you're sick from, and if one of your parents are around, maybe they can help you send in some questions. I always enjoy hearing what the youth of today want to know about wildlife, and maybe you can even tell me, if you are watching, what you want to grow up to be one day. And I'm hoping to hear some answers that some of you might want to be safari guides or conservationists, but let me know. Hi, Lenny. Very excited to have you on board again. So like I said, let's get this going. Obviously, we've got lots of springbuck, as we usually do, and they truly are such wonderful animals. Sadly, sadly, I haven't had an opportunity to spend much time with springbuck, but that's because I don't really spend a lot of time with within the areas that I work. I'm always up sort of the more northeastern parts of Africa, and then also where else do I spend a lot of time? I spend a lot of time up and further north in Africa as well, sort of more East Africa than anything. Wally, you said we can talk about anything except the rugby. Why? What else happened? Are you still hung up that South Africa beat France? But luckily for me, Wally, I know very little about rugby, so you're not going to get much out of me. I know that they have to pass the ball back and they have to run forward, and the ball needs to touch the line over over the try line. Is that the right thing? If you ask me about hockey, maybe a bit of golf, equestrian things, then we can talk about sport. Not that any of these animals are actually participating in a sport, because if they were to run around and race one another, or like the springbuck that are exceptional jumpers, who can leap quite high into the air, wasting unnecessary energy. So they won't be really doing that unless you're young. The younger animals, the fawns, the calves, the lambs, whatever the case may be, they like to stretch their legs. But when they're new, why wouldn't you want to see how fast you can run? But it's important that they don't expend too much energy and racing around, and that's why they don't. Because if there is a predator about and you're exhausted, how are you going to get away? I'm sure the adrenaline kicks in, and they'll get a boost of power to be able to race about, but rather not.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Not much movement other than the oryx heading off back to the tree line. And I've been trying to figure out what on earth those trees are in the background because I can't see them. And then I've Googled and Googled different types of tree species that occur here because some of them look dwarfed, others look slightly taller. And I honestly don't think there's too many different types of trees back there. A lot of they love to grow in sort of arid environments because they're drought resistant tree. But then there's some others that I think are too big to be a blackthorn. They don't get particularly tall. And you can imagine from this distance, right? Oh, impossible. Can't see anything that would help me determine what tree species. But maybe some of the other naturalists that have been hosting live at the Waterhole have mentioned. So if they have, please share that with me. Aha. I'm just having a quick browse on the YouTube chat. That's the only one I really have access to. I see that the Journey, who joined for the first time yesterday, welcome back. I hope you hooked. You said that you have a question for me. Well, I'm waiting. And if anyone else has a question for me, let's get it going. Oh, okay. So Bundu Basha, you said that there are mapani trees in the background. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to take your word for it because I cannot see. Has anyone visited this area before? Sort of center of the screen on the right hand side that's come to have a drink of water. Let's see if we can get a closer look. I'll just quickly go over how the cameras work on these live waterhole shows if you are just joining for the first time. We've got them based all over the show, really, in different parts of the country, and also, of course, in Namibia and even in Kenya. And then there's one camera in Zimbabwe too. So this is in partnership with Africam. So we will hopefully have some more cameras joining a little bit later. But for now, we're just going to enjoy Okukuyo and the life that this waterhole brings. So exciting things. And as you can imagine, though, these cameras are not, 4K. So as we start to zoom in, we do lose a little bit of quality, but not kind of too bad. And then the cameras are placed at different distances from each waterhole. There's kind of no set and standard rule. So it's different. But there's a Kori bustard, which is the heaviest flying bird. You won't believe it, that those birds can actually take off or a bit of a run up. A wingspan is enormous. I wonder if any of you can actually get wingspan of a Kori bustard without Googling it. Let's do that. Nobody Google it. Let's have some fun. One of the things that guides get quite good at is estimation of things. We try and get them as close. I quite often do the conversion between hectares and acres. And then sometimes on the live sunsets and sunrise safaris with WildEarth, I'll do the same thing because it's impossible to remember everything. So I test myself. I'm like, okay, this bird's wingspan is X, Y, and Z, and then somebody will Google it or I'll check it up in my bird book or bird app, and then get that information too. So let's see. Maybe you can try and guess the weight. Like I said, don't Google, don't check an app. Guess the weight and the wingspan of a Kori bustard. They're striking birds, though. And if you've ever seen one in real life, obviously the camera doesn't really give a good example of size, but you can perhaps compare the size to a springbuck. It's right now, it's just sitting a little bit lower uh, with the springbuck in the background. So if it does walk up to the same level as the springbuck, you'll be shocked. I mean, springbuck are not the most um, enormous, animal that we can find out here, but it's quite crazy to see the comparison. Okay, I see there's a couple of you that are guessing. Bundu Basha, you said that a Kori bastard weighs about 18 kilograms. And then we've got Patisse. You've said that the wingspan about 3 meters and the weight about 20 kilograms. And just wait we'll wait 1 more minute and then we'll go through what it is. But as you can imagine, the weight and wingspan does vary. Okie dokie. So Basha, you were the closest with the weight. So you said that they can weigh about 18 kilograms. Oh, leopard lover, you said between 5 and 10 kilograms, a little bit on the low side. And then petite with 20 kilograms, a little bit too much. So again, depending on male or female, and then whether they are juveniles and or unit, that's going to change, but anywhere from about, I'd say about 10 kilograms. So I suppose leopard lover, that's spot on, but higher side up to about 18 kilograms. That is enormous. That's pretty crazy. And then let's do wingspan. We've got Steve D. You said a wingspan of about 6 feet. Catherine, you said a wing speed. That's not what I'm talking about. Wingspan of about 1.5 meters. It's even more than that. It's up to about 9 feet or just over 9 feet. So anywhere from about 2.3 meters to just over that, maybe to about 2.7 meters. I think I'm being a little bit on the generous side. That's going to be an exceptionally large bird. So thank you so much for participating in that. It's always good to read up, and of course, you're going to read varying amounts on the internet too, and in bird books they'll be slightly different. So it's always quite difficult to give an exact answer. Some people don't enjoy that when you can't tell them yes or no or exactly 2.5 meters or whatever the case is. But we have to take into consideration, like I said, the age of the bird and the sex of the bird too. I saw something interesting. Is it possible that we can zoom out slightly? So when we were as we were sort of zooming into the springbuck and to the zebra and the oryx, I thought I saw a bird lying flat down on the ground, and I was wondering if it's nesting. It happened so quickly. It could also be a piece of elephant, or even a log. I mean, I could have made it up. My eyes like to see things, but we are continuously wanting to keep adding to our bird list. Okay, so it seems like we're just having of an issue just with the cameras not responding. But sometimes this happens. We were relying on internet, and we all know. There we go. There. Do you see it? That little black thing. I'm now starting to think that maybe it is actually a log. But basically, you can see there's quite an obvious black thing on the left-hand side. Please don't be a log. Please be a cool nesting bird that we haven't seen before. I'm not sure if I'm wanting to see it moving. I'm going to be quite sad if it is just a log. Sometimes it takes just a little bit of time, but we will get there. The camera has, in fact, zoomed in on it. We're just waiting for the response now. Aha! Look at what we've got. It's a log. Do you know how many times I've actually done that with crocodiles? Which is hilarious. So yes, that is absolutely nothing, but now we know for sure that it isn't nesting. It'd also be a strange spot out in the open, but more likely to have something like a what am I trying to say here? Blacksmith lapwing or three-banded plover nesting here. Honestly, not that you get entirely black sandgrass. It would have been great if it was a sandgrass, right? Because they sit very still and kind of well camouflaged. That one doesn't have any camouflage to it. It's a sort of dark solid color, so we can rule that as a log. Look at me, safari guide extraordinaire, spotting logs.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Well, we're back. We're back again. Although I never really went anywhere, to be quite honest. We'll have a closer look at some other animals. Can we maybe have a look at the big tree to the left? Let's tall thing. Right, so this is quite an interesting tree. It's very tall. It looks like it has little yellow white flowers on it. I can't see if the bark is fissured or not, and I obviously cannot. But just kind of looking at it with the little flowers, doesn't it remind you very much of a knobthorn tree, which is Senegalia nigrescens? That's really what it resembles to me, but it could be something else. I don't really know if knobthorns are prevalent within Namibia. They could be sort of just scattered within the area. So, tell me what you think. Because it's a beautiful, I mean, it's a beautiful shady tree. Not that it's a huge patch of shade, but it's more than any anything else that's around. I'm not really sure. There's a couple of other trees that I've been told kind of occur in this area, including the water acacia or Vicelia nebrowni. How do you pronounce it if there's two eyes at the end? Um, Not a particularly big species of acacia. And then once again, if you're wondering why I'm calling it acacia and not Senegalia and Vicelia, is because those aren't common names. Vicelia and Senegalia are two separate genuses that the acacia family of trees have been split in, but it is still acceptable to call them acacias because can you imagine for somebody that has absolutely uh, no idea about all the different tree species and that, and then you start throwing out those two words, they won't know what you're talking about. So I always encourage guides that that are starting. I mean, it's important, I think, to learn botanical names and just other scientific names of animals. It's nice to know them. It's good for our knowledge. Even better if you know why those trees were called that with the Latin names, because you can kind of break them down. So most of the time, they're quite descriptive of the plant or sometimes even the animal. Um, but when you're just talking to guests and stuff, unless they're botanists or they are quite interested in learning a little bit more, then there's no need to talk about the botanical names. Just use the common names. It's easier for people to remember. And if your guests even retain 5% of the information that you give them, that's a lot. Because remember, people are there to have a fun time and enjoy the experience. You might find uh, as your guests keep coming back, you start to get repeat guests, and then they'll start wanting to know more and more, and your information can get kind of more in depth. But let me know if you agree. I don't know if it's a knobthorn. Okay, so Bundu Basha, you're saying according to Ralph, it is a leadwood tree. Maybe. I don't personally. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think Ralph has spent more time in this area. I haven't spent any time over here. Again, I'm just trying to check the bark out because the bark on a leadwood tree is very specific. It I'm going to just say this, if you think of what the skin of a crocodile kind of looks like, how it's quite blocky, the bark on a leadwood is very much the same. Of course, the bark can get darker, but typically it's a light gray color. I'm not saying Ralph is wrong at all. Just having a discussion about what it could potentially be. And I can't remember leadwoods getting so many yellow flowers like this, but I could be mistaken. I'm trying to think when I last saw they also get little yellow flowers. Of course they do. I haven't seen one in full bloom in forever, although there is a couple of leadwood trees outside in my garden that are quite big, so I'll just keep an eye out on them. They're not flowering I can't see them flowering at the moment. I'm also just having a look. So yeah, I think one of those two trees. Saber wolf, you're wondering why this, I suppose, the landscape around this waterhole is so rocky. So this is all part of a massive basin. So a very, 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 very long time ago, probably about millions, even hundreds of millions of years ago, this area was underwater, and it was a part of a very important drainage sort of basin. So not too far away from here, you've got the Okavango Delta, that's obviously in Botswana, but even when you head further up north into Namibia, you get a place called the Caprivi Strip, and they all kind of join between Botswana, Zambia. It's such a beautiful area. Drained into this sort of basin. But as we know, rivers change course. And again, because of climate change or all the agriculture that quite often goes into the areas, river systems will then not be flowing as they should, or not flowing all year round. So this area has naturally started to dry up. So where this particular waterhole is situated, it's actually not part of the massive salt pans. You need to head a little bit further north and a little bit to the east. You can basically go straight north, then you get the big Etosha salt pan. So a lot of this rock around here is what we call calcrete. There's a lot of calcium that is kind of formed, and so the water is also going to be a bit on the brackish side. But yeah, I can't say that when you head up into the pan you see as many rocks, but Etosha National Park is so diverse. If you go and Google a map, see, I wish I could pull up things. I wish I could now pull up a little map and kind of show you. There is a great one on the internet. I just don't know I can't remember what it's called, which website kind of posted it, where they highlight the different vegetation types, and you can actually see where the salt pan starts. And a nice idea to kind of understand what is occurring in the area. Right, we're going to take a break from Okokuyo. I'm sure we're going to be back. Let's head over to King's Camp in the Tibavati. No animals just yet, but on a cool day like today, I always say, who knows, maybe a sneaky leopard comes out to have a drink, or a pride of lions, even a hyena would be wonderful, but we'll take any animals that we can get. And I'm still waiting for the birds to perch on these overhanging logs, but I can hear some birds. Let's have a listen. I'm actually wondering if we can turn the volume up a little bit, the ambient sound. I always struggle. I wish you could all see me right now. My head is basically up onto the screen. So you can hear quite a raspy cha-cha sort of sound. There's a lot of Birchall starlings that hang around. I'm sure I also hear buffalo weavers. Account could be a couple of them will have this raspy call as sort of an alarm, and then it can be quite tricky to tell the difference, but we'll keep an eye out. There's a little terrapin. Do you see that on the log that's in the water? That's awesome. Yeah, definitely sounds like there is red-billed buffalo weavers. And you can see a couple more terrapin heads popping up. Oh, terrapin, I don't know how warm you're going to get from sitting outside today, because it's chilly. I think there's a maximum temperature of about 24 degrees Celsius within the low felt. That's what temperature was for Hoedspruit. So it might vary by 1 or 2 degrees, but I don't think much more than that. And of course, we know reptiles are exothermic, so they aren't able to regulate their body temperature. So they have to sit out in the sun. And then, of course, on rocks and logs, which will retain a bit more heat. Even the earth retains a lot of heat, and try and absorb some of that warmth to keep them going. But there's no sun. Earlier today, there was a break in the clouds. Or are you just tired of swimming? Just having a bit of a break. So I think this is the first time I've really noticed the terrapins at this pan. Phoenix, you said it's your first time here and you're wondering, where are the lions? I'm asking the same question. I wish I could tell you exactly where the lions are. So these are live cameras that are positioned at waterholes, and we have to just wait for animals to come down and drink. So we can't control where the animals are, because it's a big open ecosystem. The animals are all roaming freely. There are, well, I suppose in Madikwe, which is another area where there are 2 cameras. That is a closed ecosystem. It's a massive reserve that has a big fence around it, but the animals still roam around and go wherever they want. So not wildlife on demand. We've got to sit and be quite patient. So maybe we heard just a moment, nice cooler weather, we could have predators on the move. They also just move whenever they want, but their temperatures are extreme. You'll find them lying under a bush or in some shade somewhere. Yeah, those are all buffalo weavers that we can hear now.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
So this is actually really nice. I knew it was a dead tree. This could have been a knobthorn that was maybe growing here next to this particular area, and it's dead now. So it's made for the perfect structure for red-billed buffalo weavers to make their nest. Although this doesn't look like an elaborate one. This is as far as the camera can go, unfortunately. But they make the most nests. So what we can't really see, because we can't see too much detail, but if you ever have the opportunity to sit and watch red-billed buffalo, they all go and collect sticks, and this they have got thorns and spines, so they're quite prickly, and that's a clever adaptation. Sorry, everybody, my headphones have just died, so I'll have to chat to our director, who's Gwen, this morning, on a different platform. So sorry, that's why I just got distracted there. So what I was saying is that they go out and collect twigs that specifically have spines and thorns on them, and there aren't very many birds that do this. They're also communal nesters, so there's lots of individuals that are working on the nest, which is why you see so many flying up and down, and they do this to try and prevent any predators from sneaking into their nest. There's also a bunch of false using. So, for example, snakes are going to be one of their main predators. They'll slink all the way up the tree and then kind of try and go into the nests and get any chicks or any adults that are unsuspecting and not paying too much attention. You might even get snakes that are specialists at egg eating trying to make their way up there. But for the most part, I've seen black mambas. I have seen cobras. What cobra was it? I can't remember which cobra it was, but Cape cobras. Not that you get red-billed buffalo weavers in all the areas where there's Cape cobras, but they often go and raid nests. Worm slugs are going to be specialists at being able to creep in here. So it's really interesting to watch. And then I see Alex, you're wondering how long did it take for me to be able to recognize the bird calls? Alex, to be honest, I'm still learning them. I don't know all of the bird calls that are out there. And in fact, I forget a lot because I don't religiously listen to bird calls over and over every single day. Quite familiar with the birds of the low veld. But it's taken some time. I mean, I have been in the industry for over 11 years now, and yeah, so a very long time. But it's something that is part of the guiding syllabus when you learn about birds. So that with the various qualifications, there will be some expectation of you to know that, and you'll quite often be tested on it in a theoretical manner. You get the qualifications higher up. There's a specialist sort of not special knowledge, that the highest one that you can go, and I'm definitely not that. I don't really have much interest in becoming a expert in birds, to be quite honest. I love them and I enjoy watching them, but it's not my real passion. So yeah, but then there's a test that you kind of have to do. There's a whole workbook that you have to fill in, and it goes into a lot more detail about birds. But the only way to really learn bird calls is if you're sitting, watching them and listening to them, or if you listen to the calls on a bird. And quite often we call it a donkey bridge, where you'll find a way on how to remember it. So the most common one, and that we could probably hear, so Alex, stay tuned, is if we hear a ring turtleneck dove. They say a number of different things. Some people say they say work harder, or drink lager, and it's quite repetitive. But birds also have a bunch of different calls. And that's what's great on the latest bird apps is as they update, they might add a few more calls. So it won't just be one call. They might say this is when it is a courtship call or just a song or an alarm call, anything along those lines. But it just takes a lot of time. And it's something that if you don't practice on a daily basis, then you're not really going to get much better. And the process is going to take a little bit longer. Sorry, occasionally it might break up, so I do apologize for that. Then let me just quickly go back. I saw a really cool question. I think it was from Leopard Lover. There we go. So I'm going to just discuss this. So you've said that you saw a local sacred ibis, that one of the most widespread birds all over the world, and you said in a car park at the shops the other day, and it got you thinking about the urbanization of birds due to human hanging around. So that's quite interesting. I agree. You don't see as many birds of prey. And that's, of course, as we know, is because a lot of the space has been taken up. So their preferred prey species is not there. Maybe, again, not ideal nesting sites. But birds are adapting. So in South Africa, we see a lot of yellow-billed kites. And just like an African sacred ibis, it's also highly adaptable. We see them hanging around, whether it's an abattoir or a junk heap. And then also on major roads where there could potentially be a lot of roadkill, that's where I find to see more of the birds of prey. So Hoedspruit, of course, we're surrounded by game and story. But when I've been in which is in Kenya, for example, I've seen quite a few kite species. So they don't seem to mind at all and have kind of found a way around it. It's the same thing with owls. It's amazing how the owls have adapted to the by nesting in rooftops, and oh my god. Sorry, everyone, that I disappeared, but this is a day in my life. I have a fence around my house. I just have to tell you. However, there are so many warthogs that come around, and they're not afraid of dogs. They're not afraid of people, unfortunately, because people fed them. And that still terrifies me because there's little gaps that a warthog will stick its head through, and I'm out of breath now because I sprinted like Usain Bolt. And I always worry, of course, that the dogs are going to get injured, which is a huge possibility. So I'm just sort of watching them until that the pigs keep moving. Phew, that stressed me out a little bit. So yeah, leopard lover, it's interesting how that happens. I know in Australia they call the sacred ibises bin chickens, which always makes me chuckle because of them hanging around dump sites and that type of thing. Obviously not ideal, right? Because you don't want them to be eating anything they're not supposed to. But maybe you've got some, if anyone else has some experiences, perhaps you can share them with us. Well, it's still a little bit on the quiet side. Let's have a listen and see if we can hear any other birds. Maybe Alex, if you're still watching, we can hear a common one. It's so peaceful at this waterhole. I was really hoping. I mean, every day I hope to see a predator of some kind come through here, but sadly not. Wally, you said you can hear a go away, go away bird. Sarah, you have now also mentioned that you love the sounds of the birds at King's Camp. And Catherine, you've noticed birds living in buildings and in supermarkets and in airports. Uh, Actually, that's such a funny thing. Maybe you've all experienced it, but I feel like most airports I've ever traveled to, which I mean, I suppose are a few, but not that many, in comparison to people that are traveling all the time. I just travel within Africa, for the most part, is finding sparrows and pigeons and doves in airports. How they get in there is just unbelievable, and then living up in the rafters. Although I don't know if I'd like to be a bird living in the airport. That would not be my favorite. Yeah, there's not actually much. In an area like this at King's Camp, we quite often hear that very eerie call of the grey-headed bushrat, but not today. Anyways, we'll come back and visit a little bit later, see if the terrapin is still desperately trying to sun itself. Let's go back to Okakuyo, and an elephant has arrived. It's a beautiful big bull that's come to have a drink. It looks like at some point it did cover himself with some light dust, but now he's all wet. He's sort of two-toned at the moment. So just standing there doing what elephants. So elephants amaze me, as you all know. One of the things I'm so fascinated about is just elephants' intelligence, and we know that they are highly intelligent, and that's because they've got a very well developed cerebral cortex, and that's responsible for being able to remember things for long periods of time, so they can retain information that's been passed on to them for generations and generations. They remember migratory routes, or in whichever specific year there might have been water or decent grazing available when it was a time of drought, or you kind of name it. But for almost 2,000 years, people have been describing the intelligence of elephants, including Aristotle, which is, I think, a name that we've all heard at some point in our life. So he, for a very long time, has described them as that. And then there are a bunch of other scientists and people of importance, that have actually do it. And then there's a scientist that I haven't actually heard of, but I need to do some more research. It's by the name of Wrench. So I need to have a look at that. And this person actually studied elephant intelligence and remarked on the surprising ability of captive elephants to work with minimal instructions, and their ability to function as a team. So the specific thing that well, actually, I don't know if Wrench is a man or a woman, but they noted that the balance and synchronization of pushing and dragging heavy logs into a truck was phenomenal. So yeah, with like I said, without much instruction, so they're just naturally trying to work together. But we see that in wild elephants. I think one of the most obvious is how they work as a team when predators are about, right? They ought instinctively know little ones need to go into the middle, because when you create a wall of adult elephants, good luck trying to penetrate it. So that's interesting. When they cross rivers, how they help individuals cross rivers that aren't as capable of swimming. So again, youngsters. Yeah, so it just truly is a spectacular thing to be able to sort of witness. We're very spoilt and spending so much time with elephants. Pretty much, I don't think there's been a day on the when live at the Waterhole, where we haven't seen elephants interacting with one another, other animals. just with their environment. And I don't know if any of you ever heard the story. It was with two Asian elephants that were named Shirley and Jenny. And they spent many, many years together. But then they were separated, sadly, for about just over 20 years. I think it was 23 years. And when they were reunited, um, it was, instant that they remembered one another. That's which is so awesome, right? I think I would probably forget somebody after 23 years. Darren, we're going to change the conversation a little bit. You said, what are the differences between safaris in South Africa and versus the rest of Africa? That's a great conversation. So I think that South Africa is a phenomenal first safari destination. The reason why I say this is because South Africa is just obviously highly developed, right? The national parks aren't always necessarily too far away from civilization. And the food in South Africa is fantastic. It's There's something familiar for everybody. So children, at least children can be picky eaters, of course, or sometimes adults. You'll find something on a menu that that will suit you and that won't be too adventurous for your taste buds. So that's one of the things. There's also malaria-free areas in South Africa, especially along the coastline, so the southeast coast, like the Eastern Cape, for example. There's plenty of places to go on safari, and a lot of them are kid friendly. And then naturally, if you've got any underlying conditions, or perhaps you are more mature or you're very young, you don't necessarily want to be exposed to something like malaria. So yeah, and then the way that safaris are done in South Africa are slightly different. We touched on this yesterday. It's typically you do an early morning game drive, and you can have a break during the day or go for a walk, visit the spa, and then in the afternoons you go out again to just after dark before coming back for dinner. So if you not everybody wants to go out on a safari all day long. Of course you can. It's just that most places in South Africa don't have roofs on their vehicles, and it can be quite hot. So a roof plays an important part, but it's also an obstruction. Trying to see a leopard high up in a tree, or a giraffe or an elephant when it kind of walks past, or even just doing a bit of bird watching, that can really restrict your view. So as soon as you move away from South Africa, and there's obviously some similarities within Southern Africa, uh, but you start to get big river systems, which is truly amazing. We don't have huge river systems in South Africa, or we do, but they're not always running through the big national parks or game reserves. So that's something that I notice a difference from. The other thing is the ability of being able to go on boats or going on makorals or canoes, whatever you want to call them. Makorals are wooden dugout canoes, though, and not many places still use them. They've kind of moved over to canoes. Being able to experience that on the water is just wonderful. And then you tend to do more full day safaris, especially in East Africa. And wherever you have a national park that's hundreds of thousands of hectares, or millions of acres, and even some of the national parks are a couple of million hectares alone. So you can imagine how exceptional that is in acres. You can't just go out in a morning and an afternoon safari, because you're just not going to see enough of the place. You need to be able to get out and travel a few hours to get to different locations. So those can be long and quite tiring. I find that that's not really well suited to children. They get tired. It's difficult for them to have a nap, or they're not necessarily eating when they need to eat. So that can be an obstruction if you've got children. I also find that there are less camps outside of South Africa that are child friendly. A lot of them will be 12 years and up, or even 16 years and up. It just depends where you go. And it also, Darren, it just depends what you're looking for. I know I've said depends 1,000 times, but there's just so many different many factors that you can include in this. So like I said, I like big rivers. I like areas where you're not going to potentially see another vehicle or power lines or a tarred road. but I'm a spoiled safari princess. So, and I find that you don't always get that in South Africa. I mean, I absolutely love the Sabi Sand Game Reserve, which is the most famous game reserve in South Africa, and easily the best safari destination. But it comes at a price. But even there, right, you still see power lines on the main roads, the boundary roads. You still see delivery trucks. You know, some lodges try to conceal it and they have delivery times, very specific, not necessarily coming through on game drive time so they can kind of hide it. Or there's lots of aeroplanes flying over. So that's just really my opinion on that. And I don't travel as much in South Africa anymore. I tend to go on safaris in Botswana, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Kenya, and then the Malawi and Uganda, up and coming destinations. Of course, Rwanda is around and infamous for gorillas. So yeah, so there's plenty of places to go, and I'm excited because I think in the next 10 years, we are going to have phenomenal safari destinations. I hope they start developing Central African Republic. I'd really love to go to Chinko, which is, like I said, in Central African Republic. That would be amazing. Even Chad, with Sakoma uh, National Park coming up. There's just amazing things. So Malawi and Uganda also. There's national parks there now, but the lodging accommodation is not necessarily at the highest level. So if you're happy to have a more rustic experience, then they're kind of fine to travel to. One of my biggest things, though, and I don't think I'm alone here, is the quality of food. Right? I think that can also make or break an experience. I think guides are very important. I think you have to have a comfortable bed to sleep in, and food and drinks, right, are most likely the most sought after commodities. And then, oh, well, not commodities, but you get what I'm saying. And then also having a shower with hot water. Although if you go in summer, for example, to Zambia, you wouldn't need hot water at all. And there's lots of other places like that. You just want to have the coldest shower. In fact, try and add ice to it.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
The elephant's still just having a bit of a break now, resting about. It looks like even a lot of the springbuck have actually moved away. I'm just looking at that tree again. Yeah, maybe it is a leadwood. Probably a leadwood. I don't know how Ralph even saw that. So thank you, Darren, for that question. That was wonderful to chat about. I hope I gave you some insight. Oh, Eagles and Cycling, you said, what a cool job doing this. It is, it's really awesome. So I'm not actually at any of these locations of the camera. I'm sitting at home narrating all of this, but I'm fortunate that I also joined the live safaris for the sunset and sunrise safari, and I'll actually be back. I think it's the 27th of this month. So next week Saturday, I'll be back on drive just for a week though. So keep an eye out there, and then we drive around and look for all sorts of things. Oh, I believe that Ralph has actually been there in person. That's awesome. Man, I'm so envious. I wish I could also go and visit this place. My bucket list just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. After elephants have a drink and a bit of a splash in the water, not all the time, of course, but we see it a lot with these big bulls. And then when we're at Jamala and Madikwe, we, of course, you can see it with females and youngsters too, but they always have a bit of a siesta. It must just be so relaxing and must feel great to, of course, just cool down and quench your thirst. I imagine it's like the equivalent of us early in the morning, start your day, and then by 10 o'clock in the morning, maybe you've got the sun just coming through the window, then you and you start to kind of doze off. Well, at least I know I do that. Vinny, you have asked, are elephants the most dominant at waterholes? So the answer can be yes and no to this question. It just depends on the circumstances. And let's compare. Let's do Okakuyo. Let's do Jamala for those of you that know that camera, and then let's do Oldonyo in Kenya. So I'll start with the smallest. Oldonyo's waterhole is tiny. It is so small. I don't know how big it is actually, but it's only a couple of meters in terms of length and width. At I think I'm even being generous. Then we've got Jamala, which looks more like sort of mud wallows, if you will. It's not perfect circle or oval. And it's sort of medium sized depending on how much water they've pumped in, because then it tends to flood other areas. And then of course you get Okakuyo, which is it's large. It's an enormous pan. Then we've also got to take into consideration the environmental factors. It does get particularly dry during the winter or the winter months coming into spring before rainy season starts, or is it quite lush? So obviously, if it's super lush, there's going to be more water available, and animals will be more spread out and not coming to sort of a point like this that's regularly used by a variety of animals. So at Okukuyo, we don't see too much chasing around because there's enough space for elephants to spend a bit of time around the edge. When we have young bulls coming through, they tend to chase the animals, but they're just really trying to prove themselves to everybody else, and they're a bit frustrated that they can maybe charge at another elephant and that nothing happens, or they get bossed around by the big bulls. So I haven't seen it too often here. Then occasionally you get a grumpy cow that might stir everybody up, or the younger elephants that think it's a big game, and again they want to test their strength. Then if we go to Jamala, there's also a lot of wildlife around there, and just like Okukuyo, it's arid. It's really dry at this time of the year, so they do frequent it. Also, great food availability, so food of high quality is also not immediately in the vicinity. They've got to travel a fair distance, a lot of sickle bush, and that's not everyone's favorite thing to eat. Um, so, with it being a much smaller area and with there being an exceptional amount of elephants, and like I said, Madikwe is not small, it's 75,000 hectares, it's huge. What did we say? I can't even remember what we said that was. But in terms of acres, was it 180 something? No, it must be more than that. It must be closer to 200,000 acres. And there we find a lot of conflict. There we find a lot of elephants pushing and shoving one another. But then again, if you look at the compositions, majority of them are young bulls. And then the breeding herds, of course, come in and out. So again, it just depends. Odonyo is my favorite because it takes everything that I've just said and throws it completely out of the window, because it's a tiny waterhole, and around the entire waterhole you'll have elephants, you'll have giraffe, you'll have oryx, zebra, eland, everybody coming to drink. We've had Thompson's gazelles visit that area too, and they can all stand there calmly and drink. That's because there's not much water around at all. So animals tend to be a bit more on the tolerant side. But then again, it could also mean that if there's not much water around, they could be a bit more boisterous with one another. But when you get the big bulls that spend a lot of time around there, they don't need to prove themselves to anyone. They know how big they are, and they're quite happy to drink with other species of animals. Again, once the young bulls come through, they're not happy with each other. But then even look at zebra for an example. They don't necessarily chase other animals away, but they have many arguments between the same species. So it's tricky. When we bring in hippos, for an example, they have to be in water all day long. I mean, of course, they can come out, and we know that. But in terms of they spend majority of their time in water holes. They can also be quite aggressive to other animals. Again, depending on the size of the water body that they're in. And buffalo, my goodness, big herds of buffalo come through and they definitely dominate. But I haven't seen them being particularly aggressive to other animals. Again, like the zebra, they push and shove one another and chase each other. When you have, can you imagine, hippos, elephants, and buffalo at a waterhole? It's just a recipe for disaster. So you have the elephants chasing the buffalo standing their ground because they're stubborn, and then the hippos tossing their heads up and down. And we call it's more like misplaced aggression. And you see that quite often in the Masai Mara and the Serengeti, where there are big crossings of various animals, and then quite often there'll be predators around, crocodiles, lions, leopards, but the hippos end up taking their frustrations out on the poor mammal that's just trying to cross the river.
It's that time of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween. with WildEarth.
They're all the springbuck. It's interesting how they tend to enjoy gathering on this right-hand side of the waterhole. I'm not sure why, because I wonder if Ralph has waded through this waterhole and if the depth is the same everywhere. We know it's obviously deeper in the middle. And we know that the springbuck cannot stand there because every time they swim out, they disappear underneath the water. Perhaps that's a sport that the springbuck are participating in. Who can hold their breath for the longest? From what I've seen, it's only a couple of seconds, so they're not doing so well. Right, it's 12 o'clock, and you know what that means. The AfriCam cameras are now going to be available to us. We're at Campher's Dam. I haven't been here for such a long time. So, Campher's Dam is in Kimberley, in the middle of nowhere in South Africa. I think most South Africans will probably never visit Kimberley in their entire life. I've never been there before. Anyways, this is one of the greatest attractions, is the fact that it is one of the major breeding sites for lesser flamingos in South Africa. And there's a host of other birds that you can find around here. But for the most part, they kind of just do the same thing every single day. Flamingos aren't too bothered in feeding at the moment. There's a couple of them just in the background, but the rest of them are all practicing their balancing and have their heads tucked underneath their wings. So it must be on the chilly side. That's a By doing that, obviously, you're limiting the amount of exposed skin to the harsh elements. So just one leg is going to be on the cold side because they don't have feathers going all the way down to their feet. And then by tucking their heads in, they'll just keep nice and warm. And I wonder if it drowns out the sound of the other birds too, like kind of having earmuffs on. Oh, there's a small group of flamingos feeding. So there's both greater and lesser flamingos that are here. I know for those of you that are watched regularly, you know that. And while we're zoomed out, it's a little bit on the difficult side to tell the difference, but you can also just look at the height. So the greater flamingos are larger than the lesser flamingos. I'm also having a chuckle because Gwenna's just messaged me now. So like, again, she's directing the show, and she says the joystick her joystick controlling skills are testing her today. I think we should all go for training, whoever's handling the joystick, because it's so funny because each camera has a slightly different sensitivity. So for those of you who haven't played PlayStation and computer games, obviously you can adjust the sensitivity. But that's not always the case. So then for some, you might just, move the joystick to the left just a smidge and then it zooms all the way around, which I think is quite funny. I would be completely useless at controlling with a joystick. The journey, you said, what's the weather like where I am currently? It's quite cold in Durban today. So that's on the east coast of South Africa. I am in Hoedspruit, which is like northeastern parts of the country in Limpopo province. And I don't know if you can hear it, but you will probably soon. There's a huge storm that's developing. So it's definitely on the cold side. It was supposed to get to a high of 24. I doubt it. I doubt it's even been that. Maybe between 18 and 22, if that's. And I think the temperature, no, I don't think. I know that the temperature has dropped significantly. Shoo! That little blackbird on the left zoomed on in. And the dogs are now like, we need to come inside. This is ridiculous. You can't keep us out here. But Tucker has a friend today, and they were playing violently. So they then play outside. So the thunder is just coming on in. The wind has picked up. It must be gusting at between 35 and 45 kilometers an hour, somewhere between there. And I just heard a rumble of thunder. And with the temperature drop, that can only mean one thing, right? Rain and a big thunderstorm. But this is the time of the year that we start to get these big thunderstorms, and it's always quite exciting if you don't mind thunder and lightning. I'm terrified of both, but I'm a big baby. So that's what the weather is here at the moment. Kimberley, it's not too bad. It's just overcast, really. And it makes me think that the temperatures are cooler just with the way that the flamingos are behaving at the moment. I just had to bring the dogs in because it's so cold outside. So the journey, another question from you, also wondering why hyena babies are called cubs and not pups. So if you go further down the taxonomic order, or you can go up and down, right? It just depends which way we put it. But I normally, yeah, anyways, that doesn't actually apply to anything. But if you with taxonomy, you start kingdom and you work your way down the sort of different levels. And a little bit further up, hyenas are actually more closely related to cats than dogs. So they've called them cubs. I hear people talking about hyena pups, and honestly, it really doesn't bother me so much. I try and use the technical terms, but also I forget. Like I get confused. Like, what do you call foxes? Because I think fox youngsters are called cubs, but then we talk about jackals, and jackal youngsters we call pups. So I can't really keep up. So it doesn't bother me. You'll hear me referring to animals as young. Obviously, with birds, we use the word chicks, right, or geese, goslings. But for the most part, I'll just say youngsters, immature, juvenile, depending on the case. Can you hear the thunder now? Oh, I'm so excited. I love a daytime thunderstorm, not so much at night. This is where I could wish now that I could switch the camera over and walk outside. And if there's a lightning storm, then we can sit and watch together. Right. Seeing as though the birds aren't up to much today, let's head to Kenya and have a look at Old Donyo. Here we are. So this is now something that we can observe together, going back to the conversation about life, I suppose, life and being live at a waterhole and how animals interact with one another. I'm assuming that this big elephant bull has obviously been a bit boisterous, because look at how all the other animals that had given him room. And it looks like the waterhole doesn't have much water in it. Or is it just me? No, it looks like it's dried up quite a bit. So I wonder how the pump is working. I also don't know if it's run on solar, or if water has to. I know we know water doesn't have to be manually pumped into that, or if there's a windmill or whatever the case is. I haven't been to this location, but it looks very dry. They don't. The water normally extends all the way to the left. So now, with such a small amount of water here, I think that the animals are not going to be as tolerant as of one another. So the zebras are just sneaking in towards the rear area of the elephant. See, look at them. Wait, although that one's trying to kick another individual, but they're much quicker at moving away today. They're so close, and I would not like to be slapped by an elephant's trunk. Although sometimes I think some of the animals deserve it. And elephants not wanting to go anywhere, it's going to stand there and hog the whole waterhole for ages.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
That's not any of the wild animals. I promise that giraffe or zebra or elephants don't make that noise. But I've had to bring the dogs inside because the storm is now pouring with rain, and there's so much thunder and lightning. Oh, did you hear that though? From the zebra as it kicked another individual. That will, gosh, just give you an indication of how powerful those hindquarters are. Is anybody an equestrian, or has anybody ever been kicked by a horse or bitten? Whoa, look at that. Oh, straight to the head. Goodness gracious, I'm going to have to narrate this like a sports match. Sports match? Sports game? No. Dina K, you've said that you're so happy to hear my voice. That makes one of you. I'm just teasing. I always say this. I think my voice is quite annoying. When I listen back to voice notes or I watch myself on the show, I don't enjoy it. So here you can see, we talk about how elephants can be one of the most dominant animals around a waterhole, but I honestly, and I think you can see it now, that there's more aggression amongst zebras than anything, and they're not very tolerant of one another. If you've ever seen horses in a herd, whether it be wild horses or just horses out in a paddock, they do argue amongst one another quite often. Oh, that was a double barrel kick. Yeah, so in between the giraffe and the zebra, you can see the water trickling down from the pipes, but yeah, I don't know what's causing it. If they just haven't pumped for the last couple of days, maybe there's an issue with the pump itself, or a break in the water line, or the animals are just drinking the water before the it can actually fill up, before the little pan can actually fill up. That's what I'm trying to say. So I think if we watch closely, I'm going to sit quietly just so that we can listen. Maybe we'll get some more vocalizations from the zebra, or you can hear those kicks connecting with another individual. I think that's quite brave of the giraffe trying to sneak in there. With them having to stick their heads so low, if there's a commotion amongst the zebras, could be in the way and end up getting a kick to the head. I would say that the male giraffe, the bulls, would be better off, because we might actually see the individual that's at the back that's standing nice and tall. You can see there's like sort of big protrusions off the front of his face, but they get these calcifications that can act like a helmet, just to add a bit of protection. So they'd be better off. Although with the giraffe in between, the zebras are better behaved. Eagle lover, you've just asked, why are some of the water holes so small? That's a great question. I suppose I can't speak on behalf of the people that have created the water holes, because this is a man-made water hole. I think that's maybe just all. I don't know. Actually, I can't answer for Aldonio. I'm not sure if their intention was to make it smaller, because there is a hide back here, and maybe they've done this so that the animals have to really gather around a water point, which could be more photographic opportunities. I don't think that that's necessarily the only case, but perhaps the amount of water that they're able to pump would not be sufficient to a larger pan. But this is unusual, eagle lover. This pan is normally filled quite a bit. Can you see that there's an area, it's sort of lined with stones? If you follow that all the way around, that's the entire width and length of the water hole itself, and the water is normally just to below those stones. And we see it at Jamala and Madikwe as well, how the water hole varies in size depending on the amount of water, but the rain should start to fall. Like, look at these clouds now. They're cumulus clouds, but look at those dark bases that are starting to form. So they could develop into big cumulonimbus clouds, which are the big thunderstorm clouds, which is what we have at the moment. And then you get the nimbostratus clouds, which are low-lying, like these, cumulus clouds. You get altocumulus, depending, that talks about the clouds being quite high. But then when you just see these dark, sort of black, fairly flat clouds, or sometimes they have a bit of a puff to them, then those are rain clouds, and it's normally raining when they're around. So we've got quite a few of those at the moment. You might be able to hear the rain on the thatched roof where I am, and then of course the rumbling of the thunder. It's not happening at this waterhole because there's so much rain here. Is it possible that I can have the ambience just turned up slightly? So sorry for those of you where it might be a little bit loud. You're going to have to just adjust your volume. But I can't hear anything. And it's obviously really nice to be able to hear what's going on. Oh, that's much better. Thank you so much, Gwen. I wonder if these zebras get too much for the giraffe, if they will lash out and also kick. I mean, I'd rather be kicked by a zebra or a horse than a giraffe. That would not be pleasant. Although, being kicked by any member of the Equidae family is not pleasant either. I've been kicked so many times, but that's because I grew up and around horses. Ooh, the lightning is quite something. At least I don't have to worry about bet you can all hear that about filling up, about having to fill it up. I mean, rainwater can do that. So when the rains do arrive, there'll be some assistance and this water hole will fill up on its own. And then I imagine maybe they'll switch the pump off. I don't know, of course. Like I say, every place is slightly different. So they're going to manage it accordingly. But I don't know what those, restrictions would necessarily be on how they get the whole water holes to fill up or when they switch it off. This is such a wonderful storm, but it's the last of the rain we're going to get because it seems to clear up for the rest of the week. So what you will start to see, I imagine it's raining, well, it will potentially rain in Djuma and a King's Camp, which we had a look at the King's Camp in the Timbavati, that camera a little bit earlier. We're going to see it greening up so nicely. The giraffe have had their drink and now moved off. And now the zebras have full reign of the waterhole. I'm kind of sad that there wasn't more action between the between the zebras. If you have just joined us now on this live and interactive show, welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Taylor, in case you're wondering who the voice is. Some of you might recognize my voice by now. And we are at Oldonyo in Kenya. And where there's not much water at this waterhole for the first time that I've ever seen. So we've been having a lot of squabbling amongst the zebra, and you might also hear thunder and rain because there's a huge storm where I'm sitting. Oh, IG7, you're wondering if the thatched roofs ever catch fire from lightning. Yeah, absolutely they do. So a lot of houses have got lightning conductors to obviously attract the lightning to hit that rather than the house itself. So that absolutely helps. I mean, where I'm staying, there's even like a fireman, like a hose, a really big fireman's hose out the front, and then fire extinguishers in case a fire does break out. And at the moment, it's been fire season, if you will, because the vegetation in Hoedspruit and surrounding areas, so even into where Juma is and the Sabi Sands or the Timbavati where King's Camp is, we've been on high fire alert. So when when a fire does jump a fence and over a road, and it's honestly it's one of my biggest concerns about living in the Hoedspruit Wildlife Estate, which is where I stay, and just to the west, not the west, to the east. No, my goodness, can't remember my cardinal points. To the north and the west of where I live is a big road and fences, and then you get pridelands. So that's one of the other locations for the live safari. So I always stress that a fire could jump from pridelands across the fence and the roads, because fires do that, especially when you've got a lot of wind, and actually end up causing a fire. And this is a housing development. And because it's a housing development, although there's a lot of wilderness spread in between, we aren't able to burn here, so we can't control the fuel load. So that stresses me a little bit. And a house with a thatched roof will go up in flames. So we all take precautions. And luckily for me, though, like right now with it being so, we've had yesterday it was pouring with rain as well. So the thatch is going to be saturated, which is great, and that will last for a couple of days. So the chances of a fire starting are not as high. But even on the game reserves and in the wildlife estates, there are a lot of precautions, like I said, that people will take into consideration. And then if there is a fire, people have fire beaters, there's fire trucks. We call them bucky suckies, which is like a pickup truck, if you will, or a Land Cruiser that has a huge tank of water and a generator to run a pump. And if there is a fire, especially in a residential area, people are very quick to help and will bring as much equipment as kind of possible. And even the surrounding reserves would be willing to help. And this year and last year, there have been so many fires that have almost burnt down lodges, or like the South African Wildlife College, for an example, they had a huge fire. And then they just call out anybody and anyone who has some experience of firefighting to please come and help. So we try and prevent them from getting out of control, but with the wind, and it can change in a heartbeat and just cause even more devastation. Like, there we go. There's one zebra that's just unhappy with life, chasing everyone about. The zebras don't typically stand and hog water holes for ages and ages. Like, this elephant has been here forever now, and he's just playing with there's a pipe there on the right hand side too, and just playing with the water that's probably coming out. And so they come and go and move over. Oh, there's a few eland, a big antelope behind the zebra on the right that are coming down too. They don't mind. They normally just squeeze in and amongst the animals. So they're much larger than zebra in terms of height and weight. I've also got tea. I've got nice Kenyan tea, seeing as though we're in Kenya at the moment. That's something that everybody asks me to bring back. Kenyan coffee and Kenyan tea. Although I'm on my last bag of Kenyan coffee, which is quite sad. And I'm not going back for the rest of the year. Rocky, you've asked, would they still be nervous for crocs in this pan? No, it's highly unlikely that a crocodile would be anywhere near this waterhole, just because of how much activity is around it, and because that most of the animals enter the water itself. If it was maybe just antelope, potentially, but with the elephants coming through, they would trample and kill a crocodile. There's no doubt in my mind about that. So yes, it's just an unpleasant area for crocodiles. If they were desperate, right, and there was nowhere else to go and they've been traveling out on land, different story. But again, I think they'd give this a skip and maybe just tuck themselves under a tree. So Sanjeev, you said scientists always advise us not to take shelter under tall trees during lightning, but I've seen wild animals stay under trees during lightning. Well, I suppose they haven't been told that. Maybe they don't quite understand. Maybe they're standing under a tree to get some kind of shelter from the rain. Especially, when we have these big thunderstorms, the raindrops are quite large, and if you've got any wind with it and it whips against your skin, it's not particularly pleasant. But animals also have got much thicker skin and often covered in fur, so I don't think it will be as bad. But if you just get sheltered from the wind, you might not get as cold. So they just don't know, but lots of animals get struck by lightning. I'll never forget, there was because I've seen quite a few animals. I've seen quite a few giraffe that have been struck by lightning, but I mean, they're like a massive lightning conductor, and they can't really, hide anywhere. Most part of the animals just actually stay out in the open. They just continue when there's big storms. What was I going to say? There was a sighting. This was many years ago. So for those of you that have watched WildEarth, and when it was still Safari Live, for years and years ago, there was a duiker that was actually struck by lightning. It was next to, it was even, I remember the road was on Gallagher Shortcut Road, and there's a big dead knobthorn. And it looked like the lightning went through the tree and then hit the dacre that was standing quite close by. So yeah, it happens. It happens quite often, especially at this time of the year within the low felt. And East Africa is famous for its big lightning storms because the short rains arrive now in October, sort of late October, early November, and then into December, and then they stop and they sort of start around March again. And those are the long rains. So March, April, and a bit into and May are normally not the most pleasant times to go on safari. I still like it because it's quite dramatic, the scenery, and who doesn't love a big thunder and lightning storm? So you see, and I mean, I think that's a really good example. That's huge, flat, open plains, depending where you are, but let's just talk about the Masai Mara, and with occasional tree components, and then you've got all the animals in between, elephants and giraffe obviously being the biggest. I can't say I've seen any animals being struck by lightning there, but again, we're not necessarily on, well, you can't really be on foot walking around, so you're only limited to the roads, but I'm sure there's cases. And then you get these like localized storms. It's the most amazing thing. When I say that you can drive in between these rain clouds, it's crazy. So like in one area, there'll be like this little localized storm, and then you could have a gap of a few hundred meters, or, and then you can drive in between, and then there's another big storm cloud that's pouring with rain.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
So, Lady Macbeth, you've said that you're considering Tanzania in late April. Whereabouts are you thinking of going? So, in the Serengeti, Tarangire, those kinds of areas, there's still quite a bit of rain in April. But like I said, it's such a different experience. Oi, hello. Elephants charging one another. Get out of here. It's my turn. And but like I said, I still enjoy it. If you don't mind getting wet, right? You don't melt in the rain. And there's so much you can do now to protect your camera equipment. It's phenomenal. I mean, can you imagine the photography that you could do, right? Lion, big male lion, after he's been drenched in the rain, standing up and giving a shake. So that's such a wonderful thing to see. What else is really cool? And I've also found that predators tend to be more successful when you've got the rain and thunder on your side. It makes for perfect hunting conditions, in fact. So I'll wait to hear from you, although I've only got 2 minutes. 2 minutes left. So Lady Macbeth, you got to comment quickly. Otherwise, if I don't get to your question, perhaps you can chat to Rolf. But I like it. I think it's such a great time of the year. So go and explore and yeah. Otherwise, you can ask for advice. Any of us will be able to assist you with the best time of the year to kind of go, or best areas to go, even if it is rainy season, because not all of Tanzania has the same rainy season. If so it just depends where you are. Lady Macbeth, you said that's cheered you up. Yeah, don't let the rain disappoint you. You don't have to. I like I said, I love it. Birds are great. It's sometimes a bit difficult to see a lot of wildlife because the vegetation can be a bit dense, but you can make do and still have amazing experience. So don't write it off. If you've been to Tanzania before when it's not been raining, then why not get a burst of greenery? Right, but unfortunately, that's it for me today. But I will be seeing you tomorrow for another live at the Waterhole. So I'm going to hand over to Ralph, where I'm sure he's going to be filled with wonderful stories.
Thank you very much, Taylor. And for any new viewers that have just joined us, hello and welcome to Live at the Waterhole, where first up we're at the Africam Old Donyo in East Africa in Kenya. And this is on 111,000 hectares of private land between the Amboseli and Tsavo National Parks. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and as per usual, please don't forget that this is a live and interactive experience, so we'd love for you to jump on board with us and send us through your questions and your comments. You can do that by going on the WildEarth website and registering. You can also join the conversation on X, formerly known as Twitter, and you can use the hashtag WildEarth. Also, on the YouTube live chat. We'd love to hear from you. Now, once again, the rain clouds are building here in East Africa, and unfortunately, as a result of that, we can't see the Mount Kilimanjaro in the background. But that being said, we've always got these lovely giants here at this particular waterhole. Very busy waterhole this. Lots and lots of zebra, often even so many that they push the elephants back, which is very unique. I've never seen that anywhere else. So for Safari Lover, we start at, I think it's 10:30 in the morning, and we finish at, and then we go until 3 o'clock, but this is just the Live at the Waterhole show. At 3 o'clock, there's obviously the sunset safari, and then in the mornings, starting nice and fresh, it's the sunrise safari as well. So this is a 24-hour channel, but obviously we have a nice mix of different things that go on with the show. So the picture not playing along with us here for now at Kenya. We'll try and get it sorted out, but I think we'll head over to Etosha National Park in Namibia. Well, lucky for us, we've also got an elephant, and looks like a lovely big bull on the opposite bank. I think that is a bit of a mix between oryx and zebra, mostly zebra, I think. But there seem to be some of those very straight, sharp horns of the oryx in between. Now, we can expect lots of the elephants to be coming through, especially here at this time of the day. Very hot in Etosha currently. So they generally do come around midday and up until the period when it starts cooling off. Sometimes it doesn't really even cool off here in Etosha. It stays very hot, and even with these calcrete rocks, it does seem to hold in the heat very well. So if you're planning on going to Etosha in the summer months, you can expect it to be very, very hot. No, so I think I might have been mistaken. Oh, there is a couple of oryx on the right-hand side there, and otherwise mainly zebra. And they generally seem to band up like this when they do come to drink. I think it's just safety in numbers. And also trying to keep their harems together are the stallions, because this is where it would be intermingling groups. And the males then also generally try and keep their females separate. Sometimes you can have, this is where the stallions might steal some of another harem's females, and that's where you have lots of fighting in between them. And it's obviously a different perspective here. I mean, you look at those zebra who are exactly the same size as these ones, maybe slightly different, but just because of the angle of the camera where we're looking down on this waterhole, you don't really think they're as big. And it just goes to show that the different angle, different perspective, and the animals can look completely different. These elephants here in Etosha are some of the largest in the world, so comparable, if not slightly bigger in stature and size than those ones that we'd see in Kenya. However, we don't really see any big tuskers here in Etosha at all. I think it's down to their diet, and their tusks become a little bit brittle, and so you often see shortened tusks with these guys, and not often very sort of fully grown. This is a classic example, one walking through here, of the size tusks that they do have in Etosha. So Sharon, there are some of the waterholes that we have every chance of seeing cheetah. I haven't seen any. And Sharon, it's quite unusual actually to see cheetah at the waterhole. When you do see them drinking, it's very special, and you need to really take note, because they can go even up to about 2 weeks without water. And here in Etosha, we don't really see them in this part of the reserve. It's more a little bit closer to Halali, and there's particular waterholes there that we do see the cheetah around or nearby. But like I've said, to actually see cheetah drinking is, I've probably seen it a handful of times in my entire guiding career of over 25 years. So yeah, it's not something you see every day. And I've never seen cheetah at this waterhole. At Okukuyu in the Etosha National Park. As I say, I've seen lots of Etosha. I've seen lots of cheetah in Etosha, and Namibia holds 1/3 of the world's population of cheetah. So I think Kenya may be the only place that really rivals. Maybe even a little bit more cheetah there in the Masai Mara and through into the Tanzania and the Serengeti, but across Namibia, there's a very healthy population of them. Obviously, still dwindling because cheetah being at a bottleneck, really tough sort of time for the species in general. and their numbers are going down. So it's only really in protected areas. They do occur on farmlands in Namibia, and there's a couple of organizations that are dedicated to protecting them. So farmers, it's their livelihood, especially livestock farmers. So generally, those organizations have helped in changing a little bit of the attitude of the farmers, and I speak of in Namibia, where the farmers land up now trapping the cheetah as opposed to just shooting them. And then they give those organizations a bit of time to come and collect them and take them off their land. So it lands up that these private organizations, though, non-government organizations with problems where they'd like to reintroduce them into wilderness areas, but they don't want to put them back into the same situation that they had before, where they're going to be coming into conflict with farmers. So it's a little bit of an existing and continuous human-wildlife conflict issue. And we all love what we get from farmers in terms of food, especially. And we always like to sort of point fingers at them, but very often it's the consumer of those products that are the ones that are pointing the finger at the farmer. So we're all part of the problem. It's human expansion in general, and so it's not really a problem with a solution for now. At least there are those non-government organizations and conservationists in general that are trying their best, and that's especially when you see areas that are moving from a more farmed area into a wilderness area, game farm. I really like to support that, because whatever money they're making from the animals that they are farming, at least it's then benefiting the rest of the wilderness area that they've created, and then sometimes even allowing for predators to come on board as well, because that then is attractive to tourists. So mustn't always be so quick to condemn people for their different farming practices. Sometimes they're part of the solution.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
So you see a little bit of the ribs showing there on these oryx. It's probably as a result of the dry season now getting into the real serious portion of it, because the longer it's the drier it is, the less nutritious the grass becomes. So they do start losing condition as they head in towards the end of the year. And then you just hope that in January they have the big rains that normally come through, and then everything is replenished and we have the regrowth of the lovely nutritious plants, and then you see the condition of the animals really return to probably like a 4 out of 5. They do gain a lot of weight, and right now this is probably about a 2 out of 5. 0 being dead and 5 being overweight. You can also very clearly see those the hip bones. So you do want to sometimes see a little bit of the ribs, but definitely not the hip bones, because it's good to be fit, but not to be fat, but also not underweight. So regardless of their condition, however, they're still surviving, and that's the most important thing. But it's just always interesting to check their condition, and at least you have a scale to work with, as I say, with the 0 to 5, 0 being dead, 5 being overweight, which is also not good. 5 can almost be as bad as 1. And we very often see animals in zoos and in other sort of domestic areas, or urban environments where they are in captivity, where they are overweight as a result, mainly due to lack of exercise. And they normally also then do get very rich food. So also not good. That's when they pick up all sorts of other issues. But we also don't want to see them at 1 when they are very skinny, all the bones showing, those hips really sticking out. And then they also almost don't have enough energy to even go foraging and walk the long distances that they need to. You also see the difference between the fringe-eared oryx and common oryx, or they call them South African oryx, but there's more oryx in Namibia, so I'd rather say Southern African oryx. It's the oryx gazella. But you'll see that these horns on these guys are much longer than the fringe-eared oryx. They seem to be quite a bit shorter than theirs, and I think also slightly smaller in general than they are. They don't have as thick of a black bar coming up sort of around the belly. Yes, they also have a white belly, but these are true desert-adapted antelope, or the oryx gazella. Beautiful facial markings as well, very, very clear white and black. It's not quite as, I would say, prominent in the fringe-eared oryx, and with their name also suggesting they sort of have these longer Shrek-like ears. If you see what I mean, they're almost little tubes, and they look quite strange in comparison to these, which are also quite long, but they're not quite as thin and skinny as those fringe-eared oryx. So there was a question earlier about the cheetah, and if we've seen them at the different waterholes, specifically here. So I spoke on that. It's also sort of a bit tricky for the time of day that we are on the shows. It sort of goes across midday. So we mostly have the antelope and the elephants and the giraffe all coming to quench their thirst at that time of day. And it's also the period when we have the least activity from predators. Yes, we can have cheetah and leopards walking around during the day mainly. Lions, not so much generally. It all depends on the weather as well. So if it's cold and windy and rainy, then the chances of seeing predators does increase. However, when it's windy, rainy, cold, a lot of the animals don't come down to drink because of that. They're not sort of as stressed from the heat, and they're not requiring that real sort of replenishment. But what we do notice then is that the predators, when it's very hot, especially, they come through later on in the evenings, through the night, and even up until and just past sunrise. That's the sort of heightened activity periods from them. So if you continue on looking at the Africam water holes, during or through those periods, then you will definitely see cheetah. I know there have been cheetah spotted at Old Donyo. And there's been also a number of other predators coming through as well. I think leopard and lions too, and that goes for a lot of the other water holes as well. We've seen in Madikwe, specifically Jamala, the wild dogs there. We've seen it on a couple of occasions. One very special sighting just a few days ago with a young male group of potentially breakaways, and that's what they do. That's normally siblings. So they haven't quite formed themselves a pack yet, but that was a wonderful sighting. We spent a few hours watching them. And we've also had lions at Kwamaratani. We had a small pride, as well as, I think it was 2 big males. So yes, we do see predators, but in general, it's the general game, as we say. So from elephants, giraffe, to all the springbokkies, and zebra, of course, oryx, wildebeest, and obviously location-specific general game. Here we also get black-faced impala, kudu, but not really those nocturnal species. So it looks to me like the wind has swung around. Yesterday, I think it was westerly. And today, it seems easterly. So when that easterly blows, you can expect it to be even hotter than usual, because that's a real desert hot air wind, like a kind of berg wind, as we call it. And the westerly, although we're a little bit away from the ocean, it still has the cooling effect from that cold Benguela current when it blows off the sea. So you do feel a difference in the air temperature and the wind chill or heat factor that you gain from the 2 different opposing winds. Easterly, very hot, and westerly or southwesterly, the most predominant wind in Namibia, generally a little bit cooler even in these parts. All right, so a little bit quiet here, but I'm sure that's going to ebb and flow as it does every single day. I'm sure there'll be lots of action here at some stage. But with that being said, let's hit back to the action at Old Donyo. Where, as I've said, from this perspective, it looks like these elephants are the biggest elephants you've ever seen. But it's just because of the low angle of this camera itself. I'm pretty sure you put those Etosha bulls next to these, they will be the same, if not slightly bigger at the shoulders and their heads, but definitely they can't compare with the size of tusks that we see here in general. These ones, not the biggest, but yesterday we had a very big tusker, and I'm not sure if it was the one that they call 1 ton, but I think he might just about be there. So I think it might have been him, but I'm not 100% sure. So that's what we can also expect here. And the elephants also have a heavy impact on this waterhole. They drink a lot. I think a few thousand liters of water disappears from this, just from the elephants, every day. So in the last couple of days, it's been nice and full, but it does seem a little bit empty now. I'm not sure exactly how empty, but they constantly are replenishing this, and sometimes even with a truck. And we actually did see them filling it up out of a water bowser truck. And there was an elephant standing right next to it. So I think he was attracted maybe by the fresh water that was coming out of there. And as they do prefer fresh water over muddied and stagnant water, they pretty much water connoisseurs are elephants. But regardless, it does look like they've got some water to play with. So, and also you've got to think about the real contrast. So, Bush Barbie, very, very good question. Seen any babies get frightened by lightning? I think that would be lightning, not lighting. So I've seen a lot of the animals get nervous. And yeah, the babies, they do, especially when there's a lightning strike very nearby. They sort of bolt, as a lot of the Plains game do. I haven't really been around elephants when there's been close strikes of lightning, luckily. I think they would also react. I have seen elephants react to that in general, but I've never seen little babies with them. Not that I can remember anyway. But in general, the animals do get a lot of frights when there is a lot of lightning. So it affects all of them, and they sort of just run away from the direction of the noise. As they would from a predator, but obviously I think it's very confusing to them. But lightning obviously does bring in the natural ability for fires, which naturally is important in a lot of wilderness areas. A lot of the national parks now are sort of managed, and they do control burns according to the management plan. But naturally, that would have occurred through lightning, and we also find that there's a lot of regrowth from a lot of species, particularly fungal, microbial, as well as plants around and near to where there are lightning strikes, because of the nitrogen that is added into the soil. So I've even seen with mushroom cultivation that there's a lot of testing now with electrical zapping of different substrates, etc., and it actually increases yields quite substantially. So it's very interesting about the nitrogen addition that you get from lightning being very important to wilderness areas, and particularly through that growth, as I've spoken of. It seemed like earlier there was a little bit of a dispute between a couple of these bulls. yeah, that can happen. We spoke of yesterday, it all depends on the elephant's moods and their cycles in between the periods when they go in and out of must. So there can be all sorts going on mentally between them. Generally, we've seen them very relaxed in each other's presence, just like this. There hasn't really been that many fights, but you can expect that to happen at some stage. And one day, I'm sure we're going to see individual or even multiple elephants, that bulls in particular, that just seem very angry and want to fight with everything. So we can expect that to come along at some stage. I was speaking earlier of the contrasts. You can see here lots of clouds around. It almost gives you a sort of a cooler feeling than what you've got in Etosha, which looks very hot, especially with that white calcrete ground. It just seems like it's illuminating heat, which it is. However, it's a very dry heat. And I've found that mid 40s, even upper 40s, yes, it's very hot and you might sweat a bit and you do need to replace your water. But the likes of here in Kenya, I've found mid 30s, but you're talking about 70, 80, even upwards of 80% humidity. So it's very hot and sticky or close or muggy, as you would call it. And I find that heat with the humidity much worse than a higher heat, but very dry. That's why, for me, the desert, I do love that environment, and I find myself being the most comfortable in it. But with the added humidity, it just, even though it's, sometimes even as much as 10 degrees cooler, it is a lot more difficult to deal with. I feel you're forever sweating, and you just feel yourself wet all the time. So, yeah, I'll prefer the dry heat over humidity any day.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
It looks like a Maasai giraffe making its way through. Maybe going to try and come for a drink, but probably going to wait a little bit and that these elephants are out the way. As always, rather anxious, nervous. Take your time. Nicholas, elephants can be rather nervy and rather anxious around storms, quite like they are when there's bees buzzing around. Um, they sort of all bunch together. The bulls don't seem to mind it as much as the breeding herds, the females with the youngsters. I think it's all about the protecting the babies. So they do all sort of clump together. And what we also find is when they are approaching storms, the elephants actually move into areas such as valleys and into thickets, and they sort of try and get, find some cover. And I find on different game reserves, you can almost judge from where the elephants are moving and the areas that they all of a sudden head to, what's going to be happening with the weather. Most recently on the Amakhala Game Reserve, we can often tell when there's another cold front coming by the exact part of the reserve that the elephants have moved to suddenly. And as I say, going into the valleys, into the thickets, and into particular areas where I think they find it easier when those storms come through, and they feel safer. And what's interesting as well is following the desert elephants in Namibia, we always knew when the rains were going to be coming because it was very hard to tell. Yes, now we've got lots of technology that does make it a bit easier. But still, in those ephemeral rivers, it's not there where the rain needs to fall for the rivers to flow. And so they fall in the catchment areas, sometimes hundreds of kilometers away, and there can be massive cloud bursts that can then lead for localized flooding and the flooding of these rivers. And it's happened in the last year or so as well. So generally doesn't happen every year, but in those ephemeral rivers, sometimes you can have an 8-foot wall of water coming marching down the river valley. And the elephants know this. I think they feel a change in the barometric pressure. I think they can also smell the rain from hundreds of kilometers. They've got such a strong sense of smell, the strongest out in the wildlife arena. And they can pick up those telltale signs, and they move away from the ephemeral rivers and they go more into the highlands. And we've seen that behavior from the elephants. We follow them, and a couple of days later the rivers are flooding. So it's actually quite interesting there, and amazing to be able to use the animals to your advantage like that, and also know when there's going to be those kind of storms approaching. And like I say, with the desert and the ephemeral rivers, you don't even need rain in that spot. And that's actually how a lot of people land up drowning in Namibia, inside the ephemeral rivers. We have the standing joke in Namibia: what do you do when you fall in a river in Namibia? Well, you get up and dust yourself off. But with those ephemeral rivers, there's a lot of big trees that grow in them because there's good underground water permanently. It's not always flowing on the surface, but it is below the ground. So there's a lot of trees that tap into it, and ancient trees, a lot of the anaboums or the false acacia, Fairherbia albida in particular, that grow huge, and it makes for lovely shade, and the sandy substrate inside those dry rivers is wonderful for camping. So you've got a nice shady spot with soft sand. So you set up your camp, and during the night the river comes down, your vehicle and your tent and yourselves are washed away. So every year 2 people drown in the ephemeral rivers of Namibia, which is only due to those flash floods that people don't understand. Mainly tourists, but there are even some locals that get caught. So yeah, just remember that even though it's dry and you think it's a lovely spot, you got to think a little bit more than that. And especially if there's no elephants around, you got to wonder why. So it's, I would say elephants are probably one of the best in judging weather, etc., especially approaching rain and storms, because of their high intelligence and their sense of smell, and I think also just their being in tune with the barometric pressure, magnetism of the earth. I just think they're so in tune with their surroundings that they can pick up when that's those bad instances for them is approaching, and then they head to more favorable areas where they can sustain that onslaught. So there's a fringe-eared, a few of them, fringe-eared oryx. You can see what I mean, that I think they're slightly more dainty than the southern African oryx, slightly smaller horns, and not quite as an elaborate coat. It doesn't stand out for me as much. It's a little bit more drab brown. There's only a few zebra there waiting in the wings. If there were a few more of them, they'll start coming in and pushing these elephants out, I can tell you that. So, Asbo, yeah, there can be serious injuries between bulls if they start fighting, and if they're well matched, there can even be death. I've seen elephants fighting to the death on numerous occasions. I've seen it in the Masai Mara, I've seen it in Etosha, I've seen it in the Kruger Park, I've seen it in private game reserves in the Eastern Cape, also in KwaZulu-Natal and Pongola. It's normally you've got a dominant bull that would generally, have established his dominance through fighting. It's normally a head-to-head kind of tug of war almost, but they're pushing each other instead of pulling. And then obviously if they can push the one back a little bit, he normally jackknifes, so he turns sideways. And that's when they go for the side of them and try to penetrate with their tusks, sort of behind the front leg. And that's the area, the sort of soft underbelly that they're trying to target. And if they can pierce and push into that, then you can result, it obviously will end up being fatal. And I've seen a few long fights where the current dominant bull just won't give up. And then the youngster, the newcomer, the up-and-coming dominant bull, has taken some time to kill him. But, yeah, then that results in him taking over that position. Don't see it every day, but it does occur, especially when the must cycles coincide and you've got more than one bull that's pursuing females, and then that's when they'll end up having conflict. So at least this oryx has been able to get in and get itself a lovely drink there. Just enough that he's satisfied and off he goes. Not everybody is quite as confident as he is to go in here while these elephants are present, but he's taken his chance well. And it's also interesting to note that the elephants spend a lot of time when they do come down to drink here. They spend a lot of time here. And I think it must have something to do with the nutritious nature of the flora and the plants that they still have available, even at this time of the year, because we don't see them really hanging around as much in the likes of Madikwe, which is semi-arid, as well as Etosha at this time of the year, because I think they need to spend a lot more time feeding to be able to get the calories they require. And currently, the locations that they're in doesn't support that. So they've got to spend more time eating and not as much time sort of enjoying themselves at the water and more social activity. You can see there's a lot of that going on here. So that's my opinion and thinking anyway. Well, looks like the oryx might take a chance here. Let's see if he can squeeze in a drink. A little bit of breakup in picture there, or freeze frames, but it looks like it might be coming right again. No, it's not playing ball, so we've changed of place back to Okokuyu in the Etosha National Park. It seems like we've got quite a few more zebra that have come down. Those aren't the same ones as before. They shifted out, and now we have the ebb and flow that continues. There's quite a big bird preening here in the foreground. I don't know if it's see a white belly, maybe it's a pied crow. Maybe not. Maybe it's a goose. Yes, it's not a pied crow. It looks like. Is that an Egyptian goose? Yep. So Kiara, Egyptian geese, they will nest just in a bit of a scrape in the ground, but they won't just do it anywhere. They'll try to get a little bit of cover. So they tend to, go towards the little thickets that are nearby. They don't want to be too far from the water. So wherever their nest is, it needs to be that when the chicks hatch, they're able to waddle down to the waterhole itself. So they'll try to choose a location nearby, not too far, but also with enough cover that they can keep their little nest hidden. They do defend it with their lives, but sometimes they are a little bit away from the nest. So yeah, there's all of that they've got to keep in mind. But like I say, it's not normally more than a couple 100 meters away from the waterhole itself, enabling those little chicks to be able to get down to the water once they hatch. So I've seen them nesting in the areas just off behind the waterhole, both on the right and on the left. And sometimes they also have their little preferred spots that they return to as well. Um, Sometimes a fallen over tree or a nice thorny bush next to that or underneath it, just somewhere where they can have a little bit of cover. And then they make quite a basic nest, scrape in the ground. And so that nest is pretty much just for the eggs. And as soon as they hatch, then they move down to the water and they almost leave that nest entirely. So yesterday we were also discussing flamingos and why they stand on one leg, and I think it's quite interesting because here we're also seeing this Egyptian goose standing on one leg, and we very often have interactions with Judy H. She's normally very active, specifically around botany. She's very good at that, but she also sent in a little write-up on from the University of Exeter, saying that scientists balanced a dead flamingo on one leg to unlock the bird's standing secret. Now, just with that headline, a lot of the researchers and what I've sort of found is that it's thought to be mainly down to thermoregulation. So you don't want to stand with both your legs in cold water, and very scaly legs. There's no real cover for them. So is it down to them being cold? And so thermoregulation as well as energy efficiency, using one leg instead of two. But in this write-up, they say that flamingos can stand on one leg for far longer than humans can. They can even do it while asleep, which we're also seeing with this goose. Now, scientists have shed some more light on just how these pink birds manage such a balancing act without getting tired. The researchers from the Georgia Institute of Technology in the US focused on one of the main theories used to explain this behavior, the muscle fatigue hypothesis, which is what we were saying, energy efficiency. The more a muscle is used, the more likely it is to become tired. And so most animals standing on one leg need to regularly switch. But flamingos can use one leg for much longer periods of time without needing to switch. So the theory is that the leg holding them up doesn't get fatigued or tired. The two scientists wanted to test if it was possible for flamingos to remain stable on one leg without the need for active muscular effort. To see if a flamingo could do this, they used a novel method involving two dead flamingos obtained from a local zoo. The researchers positioned the bodies on one leg using clamps and measured how well each cadaver could hold its body weight and maintain balance. They also dissected the leg structures to see if muscle control was used when the birds were stood on one leg. And they collected information from living flamingos to see how much body sway was affected by how many legs the bird stood on. And that may be down to wind or anything that's putting it off balance, maybe the ripples in the water as well. They not only found that a flamingo could support its body weight passively with no need for muscular activity on one leg, but also that it was impossible for the bird to hold a stable, balanced position on two legs. They concluded that a flamingo standing on two legs uses more muscular energy to maintain a steady posture. So why is a one-legged posture more efficient, and why does it use no active muscular movement? Apparently, it's down to the weight of the bird itself. When a flamingo is standing on one leg, its body weight forces the joints in its leg into a fixed arrangement. By moving the dead flamingo, the scientists noticed that there must be a group of muscles and ligaments that lock into place, known as a stay apparatus, in the proximal or near the center part of the limb. This stay apparatus resists certain types of movements and keeps the flamingo stable without the need for it to use leg muscles to keep balanced. The efficient balancing action is only possible when the bird's foot is placed directly below its body, the position the birds naturally adopt. This actually becomes even easier when the flamingo is asleep because it moves less, and so there's less variation in the center of pressure. So this is the first evidence of a passive gravity-driven body weight support mechanism in a bird's proximal leg joints. That means the bird supports itself without conscious effort because of the anatomy of the joints in its leg. What they cannot demonstrate is any other explanation as to why a sleeping unipedal flamingo should benefit from being so stable and secure based on their behavior. This then requires further investigation. So it goes on and on and on, but something also interesting is that the heat loss theory is plausible and makes sense, but is probably supported by the muscular activity hypothesis as well. What is clear is that flamingos, as familiar and fascinating as they are, still challenge our understanding of their physiology, biology, and evolutionary history. Many birds stand on one leg, but the flamingo's balancing act may appear more noticeable because they're such strikingly shaped and colored animals, which adds to their sense of being weird and wonderful. So the debate about exactly why they stand on one leg is sure to continue well into the future. And I think it's also down to evolution and lots of different reasons combined that land up for something that is singular, but as a result of time with a lot of different reasons within that time, and then landing up at now the perfect product that we see when birds are standing on one leg. So very, very interesting that, and thank you very much, Judy H., for your input. Much appreciated.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
So our quest here at WildEarth is to connect the world with nature. And if you'd like to help us in our mission, you can go onto the WildEarth website and click donate. So it looks like a whole line of zebra also in the background there, thinking about coming down for a drink. Some have made it, some still thinking about it. And yeah, in the foreground, a couple of helmeted guinea fowl. Andrew, it's tough to choose. I've had so many. So his question around what's the most exciting sighting that I've had here at this waterhole. Andrew, I've seen lions hunt springbok, which was very exciting, and they killed it. They sort of where those zebra are now. The lions came in from the left, where you see that thicket, and they used all the stumps as cover, and they landed up at the last log near to those zebra that are drinking, the closest one to them, the big one on the left there, just in between those zebra at the back and the waterhole itself. And they stopped there. There were three of them, and then they eventually, ran at the springbok, which all dispersed and they went in every direction. But then they killed it just off on the right of the waterhole itself. So that was amazing. It didn't last long because there were three lions, and yeah, that springbok disappeared very quickly. Then I've seen a single female lion take down an oryx, which lasted for almost an hour, the whole fight, and she managed to do it eventually on her own. But the oryx the entire time was trying to stab her with its horns, and she just stayed on the rump, and she just bit into the back, and she was doing that a lot. And I think she must have gotten into the spine because the oryx eventually was lame in the back legs. But eventually the female fell off and started vomiting. She was exhausted. But then there were some hyenas that arrived and tried to get in on the action, and she just chased them away and kept the oryx near to the waterhole. Actually, the oryx lay down, and she moved in and finished it off. It was about half an hour after that she came to the oryx. She still hadn't opened it up, and now it was heading towards sunset. And she roared, and about 20 minutes later, the entire pride rocked up. It was about 20 of them, and they got stuck into that oryx, into the darkness. In the morning, there was, we did hear lots of noise, and sort of the hyenas obviously tried to get in there, but with so many lions, I think they kept them at bay. But in the morning, there was nothing left of the oryx. It was gone. So that was interesting. I've seen two big bull elephants have a fight right in the foreground of this waterhole when I was there, as well. All of these sightings I'm talking about when I was actually there in person. So two big bulls had a fight in the foreground, which was seriously impressive because they hit each other's heads together. It was like the whole ground shook. And before that, a lot of tourists were watching, and there was quite a lot of noise coming from the audience. But when these two bulls had this go at each other, it would immediately make everyone go deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. That was fascinating. And there wasn't really much of a fight after this, bit of a tug of war, or as you know, the push and pull. But eventually the one was subordinate, and it just turned around and walked away. But it was just that sheer power was very, very cool and lovely to be there in person. Even if you saw it on the camera, you wouldn't have understood the power that was very sort of apparent when seen in person and being so close as well. Then I've seen about 18 black rhinos here all together at once. And two males literally landed up fighting to the death. It was spectacular because they landed up in the water, and the one throwing the other one up into the air, massive splash. The one that was sort of winning the fight stood over and seemingly drowned the one that was in the water, and then started to walk off. But about 5 minutes later, we all thought it was dead. 5 minutes later, it started kicking around and stood up. But then we really got to see the damage that had been done, where the horn had gone into its belly and opened it up. So it very gingerly walked away, but I don't think it would have I don't think it would have survived. Look, I've seen crazier things, and animals survive through things that we never think they will. But I think in this case, it was a little too much. And the male that had given it those fatal wounds was off chasing another male. The squeaky call of an infuriated black rhino. So, yeah, I've had some amazing encounters here. There used to be a nesting Vero's eagle owl in the leadwood just off on the left. There was a pair of them, and they used to come down every evening and drink sometimes next to the springbok, and they stand taller than the springbok, which I used to love watching. So yeah, and that's just off the top of my head. There's lots and lots of encounters and sightings that I've had at this waterhole. The best time, sunrise and sunset, and then I would say at around 3 o'clock in the morning. I often tell people if they wake up, they need to go to the toilet. Well, just check in at the waterhole. And those people that go around 3 o'clock are the ones that have always come back with the most amazing sightings.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
So also just having a little bit of a closer look at the zebra, because they're always up to something, especially when there's a couple of stallions present. There can be lots of fighting. There's also fighting between the females as well. Zebra, they can be very nasty to each other. So as always, lovely time spent here at Okukuyu in the Etosha National Park. But time to change of place, and we're going to head to the Northwest Province, the Madikwe Game Reserve, and Africam Tower. Where our friends the elephants seem to be enjoying this waterhole every day. It does seem to be overcast, which is also the same as yesterday. And they're joined by a few different birds. We can see the waterfowl in the water. That looks like white-faced whistling ducks. You've got a black-winged stilt that's moving just at the bottom of your screen. Some Egyptian geese, and I think there might be some more white-faced whistling ducks just off on the right. In the background on the left, there's an African spoonbill. We'll see him. I'm sure he'll be around. He's just watching what these elephants are up to. Looks like they are trying to keep cool and spray themselves with mud. This part of the country also doesn't matter if it's overcast or not. The temperature normally stays very high all the same. We do know that at least one of the crocodiles has nested, and we wait and see if this is the first one that's successful, because it seems like the scavengers and the little predators keep on digging up their nests and eating all the eggs. So they haven't been successful as far as we know, and that's why there's no little ones, small or young crocodiles in this waterhole. There's only 5 big adults. So Lola, yes, elephants do sometimes walk over ground nests. I've seen some squashed. I've seen squashed by elephants and rhinos. The little lark-like finches and all sorts of different larks, African pipits. There's a lot of ground nesting birds, even the plovers, etc. What generally happens, though, especially when you see the likes of blacksmith lapwing, crowned lapwing, they really dive bomb animals that come near to their nest. So they make it known that the animal is entering into the area near their nest, and they try and drive it away by dive bombing them. And they make a lot of noise as well. And so the Egyptian goose also do the same, and they're not scared even to dive bomb an elephant. I've seen that happening. So the elephant normally then, tries to swat them with his trunk, but they're too agile, and obviously with the ability of flight as well, makes it a bit easier for them. But it does happen. I've seen eggs and nests squashed by it, with the track of the elephant in it. I've not seen it actually happen, but the tracks never lie. So I've seen that, having walked through a number of different ground nests. And something else I've also witnessed is at a waterhole, I saw a terrapin that was squashed in the mud in a white rhino track. Shame. So, yeah, it was quite funny, but at the expense of the terrapin. Shame. He got squashed in there. So, yes, it's not past the animals to walk on stuff like that. But with present parents and actively protecting the nests, they generally make sure that whatever animal's moving through doesn't walk right on top of their little nests. Guinea fowl that you're seeing in between these two big bull elephants as they walk through. They also nest on the ground. They roost up in trees at night, but when they nest, they do it very similarly to the Egyptian geese, in a little scrape, normally near some cover. So it is also potentially in the firing line of walking mammals. Like I say, they've tried to hide it a little bit, like in a thicket like this, that the animals don't generally move through. And then if they do come into those areas, they try and drive them away by being as noisy as possible, and sometimes also bombing the individual that's trying to go in there. And they'll do that with potential predators as well that want to come in and eat the eggs or the chicks. Here we've got a couple of spurring geese on the right there too. And more elephants having fun in the mud. Laura, thanks for your comment, and glad you're loving it as much as I am, because it's always wonderful to watch Ellies. It seems to all be bulls, and they're the ones that generally have the most fun as well. So I enjoy watching them the most. Look at this one now, tusking the side there, getting that mud into the water, and then probably going to spray it all over himself. There might be a bit of rough and tumble too, a bit of wrestling. Looks like maybe the fun's over, or maybe not quite yet. It is thinning out a bit.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Just lovely to have this nice close-up view of this elephant arriving as it moves into the area around the water itself. I'm hoping that it also goes for a drink. Looks like a nice big bull. We're just taking a bit of a scan, pan around. It's always important because you never know what you're missing that's happening right behind you. Here's our seemingly resident grey heron, ever on the lookout for food. He's a very patient fisherman, is this one. So, Agri, thanks very much for your comment. As this this platform, WildEarth, it's a wonderful concept right through the day, and trying to connect people with nature. Not everybody's able to be out in the bush regularly. So we, often, obviously, then try and bring that to people that it's where they're not able to. And secondly, for people also that go to the bush and when they return, then they can still keep up with the wilderness experience, and then just for everybody, really, I think the more we see of wildlife and connect to it and nature, I think the better off we'll be as humans, where we just understand things a little bit more, where it's not so alien. And then maybe we live a little bit closer to nature and with it, if I can say that. Righty, so as always, another lovely stop here at the Africam Tower. But I think time to head back to one of our busiest waterholes, and that's in Kenya, Africam Old Donyo. So there looks like there might be more departures. Some of those elephants leaving in Madikwe, heading for food. Maybe it's time that's happening here as well. Might see more of the other animals moving in when that happens. But maybe this one bull isn't done just yet. So one bull just hanging out there in the shade in what I think is an acacia tortilla, or Vachilia tortilla now, the umbrella thorn. But all these bigger trees in the background seem to be with that very lovely crown or canopy at the top. Always make for lovely shade, and everybody makes use of it. in Kenya. So heading back to our lovely spot in the desert. What a contrast from the greenery and the clouds there in East Africa all the way into, yes, Southern Africa, but the western side, and very much desert conditions here. That noise you can hear, it sounds like the pied crows. Very often this time of the day in Etosha and at this waterhole, that's one of the calls that really reminds me of this place. It's pretty much on a daily basis and the ever-present pied crows. So just getting a bit of a close-up view on these springbok who have now joined us. So that's lovely. Hoping for some more in the ebb and flow of the animals coming down to drink. You see quite a bit of movement from the animals, some coming, some going, some sort of checking out what's happening. A bit of milling around. Well, there's not too much food availability in the direct vicinity around this waterhole, so they do need to walk off. They need to head back into the tree line. There's some grassy areas to the north as well as to the south and east. So they do have options, but it's generally quite a walk. Looks like the wind's calmed down now as well, so there's hardly a ripple on the water. A little bit, but I think it's also very hot. And here comes one of my favorite animals, the black-faced impala. Endemic to Namibia and just the southern tip of Angola as well. The black-faced impala. Slightly bigger than your common impala. They also have a little bit of a darker coat. And then they've got a few more black markings on the face, especially coming down the nose, which gives them their name. It's actually landed up being quite a gathering now. A mix between black-faced impala and springbok. Black-faced impala generally don't hang around too long. They're a little bit like the kudu, where they don't really like being out in the open, more comfortable in the thickets. Lots more zebra filing in too. Wonderful. All right, so it's filling up here, but that's great news. I'm sure we'll come back here a little bit later if we do. Anyway, I think it's time to head back to Africam Tau. Back in the Madikwe Game Reserve and back with our elephant bull that is getting stuck into this lovely lush green grass here inside the waterhole itself. I think he really enjoyed himself yesterday, and that's why he's back. His slinky, snaky trunk there, just moving about, grabbing some of the lilies. Maybe that's quite tasty as well. So Rian, well, obviously this elephant is sort of just wading through the mud, obviously to get to this, this nice greenery here. But generally, that spraying mud on themselves, first and foremost, it cools them down. So you'll see them throwing it behind their ears. They throw it on their belly, on their backs. Mud dries slower than water because of the sort of extra consistency that it's got. It doesn't evaporate as quickly, so it keeps them cooler for longer. And then it does assist. I think it just feels nice. It's like this lovely coating on their skin, and they go and rub on trees and everything afterwards. And I think it's very pleasurable for them. And if there are any parasites that have managed to latch onto the elephant, it's quite difficult because of it's so thick-skinned. It can also get sort of cemented inside the mud, and then when they scratch the mud off, it pulls the parasites off as well. So that's in general for all the wallowing animals that like the mud, from warthogs to buffalo and rhino, as well as elephants. Using mud mainly for thermoregulation, cooling off, and then I think there's a big amount of pleasure involved with having yourself coated in mud. As I say, very thick-skinned, so it's difficult, I think, for them to get any feeling through that skin. Obviously, some areas are thinner than others or thicker than others. But I just think they really love it. Apart from the fact that it does help them to cool off and maybe feel nice, I think it's all down to pleasure with elephants. So I've just delved into a little bit of information on elephants. We try and put something different out there all the time. Um, but I've come across an elephant conservation website, and they've got 25 things you might not know about elephants. Some of them you might know because of WildEarth and because of us naturalists and even me. But let's see. Let's see what they got for us. So elephants can be described as either eating machines or manure manufacturers, depending on their activity at the time. So I would say currently this one's an eating machine. Elephants may feed for up to 16 hours a day in the wild. One animal can consume as much as 600 pounds of food in a single day, although 250 to 300 pounds is a more typical amount. Now, we work in metric, not in imperial. So I'd have to work that one out, but I'm sure some people know more than me about that. 2.2, I think it's 2.2 pounds to the kilo, is it? Or yeah, I always forget. Anyway, let's carry on. Elephants digest their food with less than 50% efficiency, as we speak of their hind gut fermentation. An elephant defecates from 12 to 15 times a day, totaling a daily quantity of 220 to 250 pounds. So that would be at around about 100 kilos, if my maths is correct, which is not very good. So I won't count on that, but I think it's around that. Properly equipped, a car could travel 20 miles on the amount of methane produced by one elephant a single day. That's interesting. Normal daily water consumption is about 25 to 50 gallons per animal, or 100 to 200 liters. So that's on a daily basis. These elephants, but desert can go with a lot less. An elephant's trunk can hold up to 2.5 gallons of water. I was pretty sure that they can hold it's between 7 and 10 liters. I don't know if that adds to gallons, but anyway, I don't know how many gallons are in a liter. It is estimated that 50,000 Asian elephants survive today. Approximately 13,000 of the 50,000 surviving Asian elephants are maintained here in Asian elephant range countries. And then going further, the elephant trunk serves as a nose, a hand, an extra foot, a signaling device, and a tool for gathering food, siphoning water, dusting, digging, and much more. The tusks of elephants grow through their entire life, and they can weigh well over 200 pounds each. Elephants don't drink with their trunks as if it were straw, but instead use them as a glass holding the water, then pouring it into their mouths, which we know and we talk about often. Elephants can swim, and they use their trunk to breathe like a snorkel in deep water. I've seen that many, many times, especially crossing rivers, the Zambezi and in the Okavango Delta, Pongola Dam. Yeah, so that is very clear. Elephants have a slow pulse, 27 pulses per minute, whilst compared to a canary, which has 1,000 pulses per minute. So that's incredible. 27 beats per minute. Sure. Oh, this is interesting. The elephant is the only mammal that can't. To be fair, I don't think I've ever seen an elephant jump. I've seen them slide and roll, but never have I seen an elephant jump. I've also seen them sort of climb up on their back legs to reach the fruits of the Faidherbia albida and lots of different acacias. The elephant is pregnant for an average of 22 months. Oh, I didn't know that. The elephant is the national animal of Thailand, obviously the Asian elephant. And an elephant's tooth can weigh as much as 3 kilograms. The intestines of an elephant may be 19 meters in length or even more than 60 feet long. Oh, this is a nice way of putting it. Elephants purr like cats do as a way of communication. I don't know if, well, I think it does sound like a purr, doesn't it? But it's a long purr. That's interesting. I've never put it like that. And elephants have been known to learn more than 60 commands in captivity, which is just shows a very high level of intelligence and able to learn.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
So as always, just continue the scan around, see what else might be present in this area. We often have elephants coming through. Is that a red hartebeest? I saw there were some new little babies as well of the red hartebeest here at Africam Tau. There's our crocodile just behind this elephant now exiting the water. So I often get the question from guests, what is the most amazing elephant sighting or encounter that I've had? And it's always tough to sort of pick one. But I must say that some of the most amazing or awesome encounters I've had with elephants is in areas where they exist that we're able to go to, where it's unfenced and the elephants are able to move through the camp itself, etc. So I have to say one of the most amazing encounters I had with an elephant was actually in Puros, which is in Land of the northwestern wilderness of Namibia. So pretty much northwest of Etosha, a little bit north, but mainly west. And it's on the banks of the Huarusib River, the ephemeral river, and there's a nice little wilderness, very remote camp there. There's just there is water, and that's it. So it's pit toilets and the little showers that they have for you, and then they have donkey boilers, which are extremely efficient geysers that you make a little fire under, and within a few minutes you've got hot water. So anyway, I had a group of French guests, and we were camping there, and I had all of our supplies. And one of the ladies, it was late afternoon, very hot. She went for a shower, and it was after lunch, and so yeah, she went to go and refresh. And suddenly I heard a scream, so I went running, in the direction of where the scream was coming from, and she came running with a towel wrapped around her. And what had happened was she had started the shower, and suddenly the water stopped. So she looked up, and the elephant was sucking the water out of the shower head. And that's why it wasn't hitting her anymore. So she grabbed a towel and ran out of there. Anyway, we watched this elephant continue to drink the water out of the shower. And I think then it got a little bit hot, so he stopped. But then he walked on over, and while he was walking over towards our camp, I shut everything up in the vehicle, and we had a cage like sort of canopy on the back of a 130 Land Rover. We had all my supplies. That's where we put all the camping gear, all the guests' bags, etc. We also have a roof rack. We put a lot of wood on top, but we've got water, everything, and all my food containers in crates were in the back inside the cage. And I closed it down, and so I made sure that everything was locked up. This elephant then walked over to the vehicle. And we had a lot of fruit and veg and everything, because we normally go sometimes up to 7-10 days in the bush. And this elephant then could obviously smell that we had fruit and veg in the back of this vehicle, and he grabbed it by the cage and he started rocking the Land Rover from two wheels to two wheels. So basically from side to side. I thought he was going to throw the whole vehicle over on its side. But the sides, it's sort of these latches are on a spring. So on those hydraulic sort of springs that you have for doors, and then it's got a little pin that you put in. So he rocked this vehicle until one of those doors sprung open, and then he proceeded to eat every single piece of fruit and veg that I had, which the guests loved at the time. They were taking photographs, and this was absolutely amazing for them. But the entire time I was trying to shout at the elephant to make it stop, and it just wouldn't. So eventually we had that, and we had to eat tinned foods for the rest of the camping mission that we had. Anyway, the guest seems to love it, and it wasn't my fault. So anyway, that's one of the most amazing encounters I've had with elephants. But many more, and you'll have to come back to Live at the Waterhole to hear some more of those stories, because we're heading to the end of the show now. It's almost time for the sunset safari. So it's not time for you to go anywhere just yet. That's going to be, I'm sure, lots and lots of action. There'll also be then tomorrow morning the sunrise safari, and we'll be back here once again. So thanks to all the viewers for joining us. Thanks to the wildlife for being the stars of the show. Thanks to all the WildEarth team. You guys rock. My name's Ralph Kirsten. We'll catch you tomorrow. Cheers for now.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.